Would you turn your cameras on?
녹화 시작할게요.
Recording in progress.
Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Junhyung Kim. I'm professor of Handong University. Welcome everyone to the peace session titled As a Pathway to Peace on the Korean Peninsula. I'll be working as a moderator. Well, I'm not young, but we have invited great experts who are very much competent, and it is my great honor and privilege to preside this session. Jeju Forum is on the way to become one of the world-leading forum, and so many distinguished speakers and panelists are invited, and that is why, in a way, we weren't able to have enough chances to discuss about peace and also the issue of the Korean Peninsula among young generation, because the youngsters' voice need to be reflected and also needs to be applied for the policy makers when they establish the policies. But it is really great that a young version of Jeju Forum has been kicked off, and I'm very pleased to take part in. I sincerely hope that Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum can become much greater in scale and also deeper in terms of the discussion depth in addressing the topics. The topics they will be discussing is once again the peace on the Korean Peninsula, especially in Asia Pacific. How can we achieve peace on the Korean Peninsula and also Asia Pacific? Well, the topic itself is quite obscure, abstract, and really wide in terms of uh, the the scale. In a way, people might say that peace is something very idealistic concept, especially for Korean people living in a divided nations, and especially we've been struggling and grappling with the issue of the nuclear weapons for the past 3 decades. For us, the issue of the peace on the Korean Peninsula is something a far-fetched one, something unrealizable. But there are things that we have been forgotten about, especially among young people. Serving at the military is mandatory, and whenever a certain nuclear weapons issues occur, it gives a detrimental impact to Korean economy. But we accept it as a matter of course. But when we look at it from the futuristic point of view, in a way, we have neglected these important issues. So-called, we were a path-dependent people, and we took everything as a normal course. Today, at the physical site, we are joined by Professor Im Eun-jung and other participants, but also we are joined by the Rising Stars expert, Dr. Jessica Lee, and other speakers as well. Well, you can witness the women's power because the panelists that we have invited are young, very talented, and expert. We have invited excellent panelists. We are so lucky to have them with us today. So without further ado, I'd like to hear their presentation. 4 speakers will make a presentation. We don't have much time, but I'll be giving 8 minutes per speaker. The first speaker is Professor Im Eun-jung of Gwangju National University. Online and offline, I have encountered her many times, and definitely she is the rising star. Please go on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Professor Im Eun-jung from Gwangju National University. I knew the time given to me would be very tight, and for my keynote presentation, I have prepared my presentation in English. So I will read that, and I will be open to further discussion later on.
Thank the organizers, APLN and EAF, and of course JDC, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak at Asia Pacific Young Leaders Forum. It was my great pleasure to meet all of you who are very young, brilliant people. And today we are here to think about peace of the Korean Peninsula. And my role in this session is to talk about South Korea's unilateral approach. In other words, what South Korea can and should do by itself to build the peace regime on the Korean Peninsula. So according to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs explanation, quote, a peace regime on the Korean Peninsula refers to the establishment of peace that is solidly secured in legal, institutional, and concrete terms by formally ending the state of war on the Korean Peninsula, among the related countries with the two Koreas lying at the center, quote. So as you just heard, before building a peace regime, Korean MOFA emphasizes that it is necessary to formally end the state of war on the Korean Peninsula among the related countries with the two Koreas lying at the center. Here, I need to highlight the two Koreas should lie at the center, while the big question big question mark is still on who are the related party beside the two Korea. And when discussing on an opportunity to change the armistice agreement to a peace agreement, there was a view that the only direct party were North Korea and the UN forces. As the name of the agreement suggests, the Korean War Armistice Agreement was signed by the Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command, whose name was Mark Clark, on the one hand, and the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, again, who was, of course, Kim Il-sung, and the commander of the Chinese People's Volunteers, Peng Do-hae, on the other hand. So the South Korean military fought as part of the US-led UN forces, but did not sign the armistice directly. Although the United States has led the UN forces, it is not nominally a direct party. Also, if you look closely at China, the People's Revolutionary Army, a regular army, did not participate in the war. At the time, China, a new country, was reluctant to wage war with the UN forces. So they created an alternative called the People's Volunteer Army. This is why some experts, like, for example, Larry Wetzel, who was the director of the Asian Studies Center at the Heritage Foundation, he argued that a peace agreement should be a continuation of the armistice, meaning it should be done between North and the UN forces. Of course, it cannot be an acceptable conclusion to South Korea. We fought in the war, and hundreds of thousands of South Korean soldiers and civilians were killed and wounded. When the UN commander signed the signature, the South Korean side was also present. So since the armistice, we have been suffering from the complicating aftermath of the war, even until today. And we are the people who will live in the peninsula from now on. So the Republic of Korea, therefore, is a de facto real party of the war and the armistice. So this historical background and the reality we have became the rationale for the April 27 North-South Panmunjom Declaration in 2018. So according to the declaration, the two sides agreed to declare the end of war this year. This year means, again, the 2018. That marks the 65th anniversary of the Armistice Agreement and actively promote the holding of trilateral meetings involving the two sides and the United States, or quadrilateral meetings involving the two sides, the United States and China, with a view to replacing the Armistice Agreement with a peace agreement and establishing a permanent and solid peace regime, quote. So President Moon Jae-in proposed declaring a formal end to the Korean War in his UN speech at the UN General Assembly this year on September 24, which can be regarded, I think, as a unilateral approach to resume the stalled diplomacy with North Korea. Also, President Moon met Pope Francis recently when visiting Italy to attend the G20 on October 29. I gave him a cross. I think many of you were impressed by the cross made from the barbed wire from the peninsula's DMZ. And he re-asked Pope Francis to visit North Korea. This is another good example, I think, of the current government's effort to inspire the rest of the world and emphasize the importance of peace on the peninsula. So of course, skepticism prevails both domestically and internationally. Many would doubt the Moon administration's explanation that the end of war declaration is more just political rather than legal. And there are a number of legal, political, and diplomatic challenges to solve this problem. However, I don't think those efforts made by this government are just meaningless. Ending the war literally means ending the war. However, ending the war can be achieved without a declaration of an end to the war. Although South Korea and China were enemies that aimed guns during the Korean War, but we didn't actually declare an end to the war. But South Korea and China now really two of the most important partners to each other. So I hope my country, South Korea, will not give up its already strong will to change the relationship with the North Korea. And I also request the North Korea to have a corresponding will to bring peace to the peninsula. Aristotle stated that the proper telos, again, aim of war should be peace. So the two Koreas who fought against each other, therefore, I hope again they should aim for peace together. Two parties' will for peace are not the most important precondition, and the two need to persuade other related parties, such as the United States and China, Japan, Russia. So again, thank you for giving me this wonderful chance, and I'm looking forward to the further discussion. Thank you.
네, 임은정 교수님 감사합니다. 예, 박수 주십시오. 최근에 문제가 되고 있고.
Recently, we are talking a lot about Armistice Agreement, and Professor Lim has done a good job of summarizing the background and the current status of background of the declaration of war. There seems to be two extreme views. When the end of the war is declared, people are worried that the current system might collapse and the U.S. forces might withdraw from the Korean Peninsula. And such a move is very symbolic and political. If declaring the end of the war is such a political activity, then this is really meaningless, and we don't have to go to extreme to pursue a declaration of the end of the war. And this is the English profile, so I would like to introduce the next speaker in English.
Ms. Jessica Lee, good to see you, Jessica. Okay. She's a senior associate fellow at APLN and a senior research fellow in the East Asia program at Quincy Institute. And her research focuses on U.S. foreign policy toward the Asia-Pacific region with an emphasis on alliance and North Korea. I have a long list of her profile, but to save time, Jessica, the floor is yours, please.
Great. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm sorry I'm not there in person with an all-women panel. It would have been really fun to get together and chat it with all the panelists afterwards, but very much appreciate this kind invitation to speak, and of course to APLN for inviting me, so thank you. As an elder millennial, as sometimes I'm referred to, I used to not like being invited to events that had words like young people, young leaders in it. But now that I'm older, I actually feel great when I get invited to panels like this, where most of the fellow speakers are under 40 years of age, I think. So I think this is great. Indeed, I think diversity of perspectives, lived experiences, and a sense of idealism that tends to pervade in young people are really important for imagining a different future on the peninsula. Before I dive into my comments about peace and disarmament efforts that can lead to, through bilateral cooperation, I want to highlight the importance of having new, fresh perspectives in discussions about North Korea and foreign policy more generally. Here in the United States, there's a growing sense among young people that forever wars are simply unsustainable, and that they threaten America's ability to protect vital interests, such as US's domestic needs. A recent survey by the Eurasia Group Foundation found that young people between ages of 18 and 29 were especially wary of war. Some 62% believe the United States should respond to China's rise by decreasing, not increasing, its military footprint in Asia and to pursue diplomatic solutions instead. That's a 7% increase from last year. Nearly half of the young people surveyed thought that peace is best achieved by keeping a focus on domestic needs while avoiding unnecessary interventions beyond the borders of the US. After watching the US government spend $8 trillion in post 9/11 wars, young people understandably want to reduce the chance of war, whose cost we will have to bear. So in order to understand North Korea's intentions and capabilities, the United States and South Korea will really need to engage the regime head on. It needs to coordinate with each other too, Washington and Seoul, toward a step-by-step process that establishes peace with the Korean War era enemy, as well as reduce tensions on the peninsula through reductions in both conventional and nuclear capabilities between the two Koreas. To get to that ambitious and long-term goal, the United States and North Korea, as well as the North and South, will really need to focus on building trust and confidence in each other and building political support for a long process toward peace. On the US-North Korea side, the biggest barrier to progress that I can see is that there's a total absence of trust on both sides. Washington blames North Korea for all past negotiations and their failures. And North Korea blames the United States for the same exact thing. North Korea further feels that after the abrupt end of the Hanoi summit in 2019, that the United States doesn't seem to have anything to offer that is concrete, that would make its return to negotiating table logical. Pyongyang wants to see some concrete moves toward a less hostile policy, perhaps including sanctions removal, rather than vague statements about talking without preconditions, which is what the Biden administration has offered to date. On the North-South side, there is considerable amount of mistrust as well, especially after the 2018 Panmunjom Declaration, which included what I think was an end of war declaration, failed to lead to confidence-building measures and a tangible progress toward peace. Fortunately, several efforts at the bilateral and multilateral levels can help break the current stalemate in US-North Korea and inter-Korean talks. First, Washington should signal its willingness to work with China and Russia on their draft proposal at the UN Security Council to lift certain UN Security Council sanctions that affect North Korean people. Washington does not have to accept every single letter, every single word in that draft, but it should improve upon it and work on it with genuine interest. Included in this proposal is language that would allow the Inter-Korean Railway project to commence, which would figuratively and literally bridge the two Koreas while also highlighting the importance of inter-Korean cooperation as the main driver of stability on the Korean Peninsula. Second, bold steps at bilateral levels are needed to make a clean break with the past. For Washington, that means make clear signals that it seeks a new type of relationship with North Korea. For South Korea, it means not marginalizing those who seek a more stable path with North Korea, or unnecessarily politicizing those who are pushing toward a diplomatic solution. 7 decades after the Korean War broke out, United States, South Korea, and North Korea have changed in dramatic ways. In the current climate and in the current moment that we live in, where we're witnessing a global pandemic, small steps such as video conference calls at the expert level, followed by government to government level discussions, could create relatively easy on-ramps away from the public spotlight. In 1952, then Republican presidential nominee Dwight D. Eisenhower laid out his plan for ending the Korean War. He said, to forego the diversions of politics and to concentrate on the job of ending the Korean War. Until that job is honorably done, that job requires a personal trip to Korea. I shall make that trip. Only in that way could I learn how best to serve the American people in the cause of peace. President Biden has the chance to fulfill Eisenhower's pledge. To be clear, South Korea has already been moving fairly aggressively toward a bilateral relationship that is more peace-oriented. It's able to do that in part because its leader chooses to see North Korea as it is, not as it wishes it to be. This is in remarkable contrast to the United States, where North Korea is routinely dehumanized, caricatured, and parodied in popular media, which enables the inflation of the national security risk posed by North Korea and serves to justify a brutal sanctions strategy against Pyongyang. Perhaps the Biden administration and Hollywood would do well to take a closer look at how South Korea portrays its neighbor to the north of the 38th parallel in shows like Squid Game, which everyone is talking about here in the United States. That show happens to present a more human side of North Korea with its lead character, one of its lead characters, Kang Se-byuk, played by Chung Ho-yeon. She's a North Korean defector, and she enters the game to earn money to support her younger brother, who is currently in a South Korean orphanage, and to pay exploitive brokers to smuggle her surviving family members out of North Korea. Her elder brother and grandparents died from a plague in North Korea when she was a child. Kang's character is sympathetically portrayed as a struggling person trying to improve her life and that of her family, much like most of the Squid Game participants. And that's a big departure from how North Koreans are usually treated in the United States media. Of course, criticizing the Kim government does not necessarily reflect a disregard for the conditions of the North Korean people. The problem with these caricatures is that North Koreans, outside of Kim Jong-un and other top political and military leaders, are often rendered invisible, both by their own government as well as by the international community. And the more North Korea is essentialized as Kim Jong-un, the less likely the outside world will view the country beyond Kim. To conclude, I encourage Americans and North Koreans to leverage the current pandemic to resume talks, perhaps through Zoom, but quietly and eagerly and genuinely, and to understand where each others are coming from. For South Koreans and North Koreans, I would encourage them to focus on multilateral opportunities, such as the UN Security Council resolution, sanctions draft resolution that I mentioned, which would allow things like inter-Korean economic cooperation and the railway to resume. I think taking small steps in all of this will be key. Each small step will make the next bigger step easier. And all parties should assume, most importantly, all parties should avoid assuming, the worst in each other, and instead pursue peace because it is good and it is in our self-interest to find a peninsula that is less volatile than it is today. I will stop here and look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Jessica, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. 우리 제시카 선생님은
Dr. Jessica Lee has talked about the U.S. intervention in many foreign countries and domestic opposition against U.S. intervention, especially among people. And the U.S. has been at war all the time. It's often said that America is at war. So in the past, international politics used to dominate domestic politics, but now domestic politics often dominate international politics. Domestic cost of foreign policy is often referred to, and it is happening in Korea as well. The Peace Research Institute in Seoul researches daily trend every day, and people who do not wish, only 38% want unification on the Korean Peninsula. This is really shocking. And the young people don't seem to want unification, and those who support unification is dwindling in number because the fact that we are so used to armistice, and people sometimes want armistice agreement to last forever, when the permanent, sustainable peace is not an option. We sometimes want to pursue the current status, but I think it's a myth. And just Dr. Lee has talked about distrust between the US and North Korea, but the question I want to ask to Dr. Lee is Donald Gregg, who was US ambassador in Korea, and I have read his memoir, and in the last chapter of his memoir, he said that the US attitude to enemy countries has failed because they demonize the enemy. And once you demonize the enemy, you cannot negotiate. And North Korea is often seen as a demon to Americans, and it's popular to demonize North Koreans. So we really have to find a solution to that. And I want to ask a relevant question to Dr. Lee later on. Next speaker is
Associate Professor at Faculty of International Relations, Asia University. Before joining Asia University, she worked as a project assistant professor at the Policy Alternative Research Institute, the University of Tokyo. Again, I have a long list of profile, but floor is yours. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. So let me jump right in since time is limited. My role is to talk from a regional perspective in terms of how to achieve peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula and on the Asian Pacific region as a whole. So let me start off by pointing out some of the more pessimistic viewpoints on this issue. So unfortunately, we have mostly seen failure when it comes to regional approaches in Northeast Asia. There are currently many security issues that are embedded in this region, but I would say that there are two especially really big and important issues which are on perhaps a different level of concern, but poses great insecurity. Both can be regarded as regional matters, but at the same time also affect the international community as well, so it may also be considered as an international/global issue. The first is, of course, the issue of North Korea. We have tried to deal with this issue within, for example, creating a framework such as the six-party talks as a regional security architectural effort, but we really haven't seen success in terms of its ultimate goal, which is the denuclearization of DPRK. As it is unlikely that DPRK will return to multilateral negotiations, to rebuild a security architecture without the main country of concern poses a big question mark in terms of the need for inclusiveness regarding participation and effectiveness of the architecture itself. As we all know, history has taught us that bilateral negotiations have failed in terms of DPRK. Multilateral negotiations have also failed. So should we look for other tactics, or should we revisit these negotiation styles all over again? I don't really have the answer, but that is something that we really have to think about. The second insecurity is the rising tension between the US and China. This, although having a huge influence on the region itself, it actually gives little space for countries besides the two powers to actually move the stalled circumstance. So it is basically a question of bilateral relations between the US and China, with perhaps a somewhat indirect influence by the alliance countries such as the ROK and Japan. But then not so much can be done in terms of regional security architecture in that sense. Since many of the concerned countries in this region do have really different security concerns, it would be quite difficult to unite the team into one and deal with certain issues, leaving behind other issues that may be of interest to other countries, which may lead to differences in enthusiasms and efforts put into the framework itself. Also, the change in government may lead to changes of that country's attitudes towards the regional approaches, sometimes towards a good direction, but other times to a more worse situation. Now, on the brighter and more futuristic point of view, the current US administration is committed to cooperating with like-minded states, such as the ROK in Japan, to pursue peace and security and stability in this region. So cooperation is always a key factor when it comes to peace and stability. We can't really achieve peace and stability by the effort of just one country, individual country. We must work together in order to achieve a common goal. So I think it is really important to acknowledge what that goal is in each of the countries in this region to begin with. So this can be a good time, hopefully, for example, for a fresh restart for both the ROK and Japan to revisit their vital interests in the region and reconfirm that cooperation amongst themselves is actually really essential when it comes to the issue of regional security, particularly stability on the Korean Peninsula. On the other hand, these like-minded states gatherings may create Chinese anxiety, which may deteriorate the security environment in the region. So that's the downside. This is due to the fact that there seems to be a race for power regarding the leadership of any regional initiatives that have popped out in recent years. So regional matters can be easily converted to international/global matters, which is in part a good thing, but also tend to, the situation might get lost regarding the true aim of the initiative because it can be replaced by the power game going on between the superpowers. So in order to avoid such replacements from happening, member states in the region should rethink about common values that they share, as well as what sort of threats, concerns there are that are shared amongst themselves. This is important because we need all of the states involved to acknowledge their benefits in participating in such regional frameworks. Also, a regional level framework would be great if it can come all together and be effective, but if not, we can start from sub-regional bilateral groups and build confidence amongst each other to move on to the next step. So for the next generation, I think it is extremely important to build confidence amongst each other on a personal level as well, and also to go to elections, especially national elections, to voice out their opinion so that the national leaders can see how the public is reacting to their foreign policy and security policy. So in Japan, we just had our lower house elections on October 31st, and the voting rate was about 55% in total, which is quite a shame. But for the people in their 20s, it was down to 30%. So this will not change the future, and so it would be really important for these next generations to step up their games. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mukai and Wakana. 많은 얘기들을 해주셨는데.
She has mentioned a lot of points, especially multilateral and bilateral negotiations have failed multiple times in the past. And North Korea has nuclear power now, but in 1994, when there was the first nuclear test, Geneva Agreement was signed between North Korea and the US, but when there was second round of meeting, it was six-party talks. Between North Korea and the US, and I think these two issues must be combined together. When the bilateral talks fail, then multilateral can come in. And if multilateral fails, then bilateral can come in. So it should be a two-track approach. And I'll talk about that again with Professor Wakana. Now, I think Korea-Japan relationship is really important. And also trilateral relationship between Korea, Japan, and the United States really important. But these days, the three countries came together mainly to repress and oppress North Korea. So I think the three countries first has to agree on clear set of peace initiatives. And if Korea, Japan, and the United States gather together to oppress North Korea, that will put North China on an anxious level as well. So we should show solidarity for peace alliance. So next speaker.
But not least, Hinda Pendi is a foreign policy analyst focusing on nuclear national security issues. She currently works as Associate Fellow with Center for Air Power Studies, where she tracks developments related to North Korea's nuclear issue and Iran's nuclear program. Ms. Hina Pandi, I'm sorry, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And very good morning, everyone. Let me first begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to the organizers at the Asia Pacific Leadership Network for having me this opportunity to speak to all of you all at such an august gathering. Now, the topic that I will be discussing today aims at answering how international community and international players can promote peace and disarmament in the Korean Peninsula. Now, I would like to emphasize at the very beginning that any discussion that is focused on promoting peace and disarmament must begin with empathy and some very realistic expectations of what this peace will be. Because in the recent times, we have seen that extreme approaches to the North Korean nuclear issue, that are also aimed at punishing a country, has not been very successful. Despite the harshest of the UN sanction, despite an unprecedented pandemic, the North Korean nuclear resolve remains unchanged and also robust, if I may say. In addition to this, the prospects for fresh negotiations and bilateral nuclear diplomacy, which began with a very, with a landmark summit at Singapore, but it also became halted till Hanoi. And the current prospect of resuming such a nuclear diplomacy, to me, looks a little bleak. The Biden administration has willingly expressed its willingness to resume nuclear diplomacy. However, there is a lack of shared understanding on the issue of comprehensive, verifiable, irreversible disarmament. So there is no mutually accepted definition between the two parties. And in the recent times, there has been no indication from the North Korean side as well whether they would want to resume the nuclear diplomacy. So the challenge here is how to arrive at a shared understanding. And what would this shared understanding of disarmament and its pathways would be? To start, to begin understanding the pathways and to begin understanding the concept of disarmament, I think a continuous exchange of views should really take place, especially at a time when two active players that are responsible for the only channel of functioning are shut. So, in this context, when there is an absence of bilateral nuclear diplomacy, when the negotiating channels are shut, there is a space is created for international players, and they can then come in and take up the issue. I would propose a three-tier sort of solution to the North Korean nuclear issue, which is a continued track to diplomacy, and at the same time, there should be engagement at the regional forum with international partners. This this should be sustained, and at the same time, at the very highest level, the concerning parties, there should be some arrangement like P5+1 or P5+3, so to speak. So a three-tier solution is important. And I think a significant takeaway from the conclusion of JCPOA has been that dialogue and diplomacy can break through one of the most pressing challenges. So at the highest level, P5+1 or 3 can talk about nuclear restraint, can discuss the framework of nuclear restraint. At the second level, track to diplomacy can address and facilitate better understanding of objectives and explanations. For instance, if there is a test that North Korea has done, instead of a unilateral projection of messaging, the bilateral, the track to diplomacy can discuss those issues. And at the very basic level, regional forums and international organizations can come in and keep pumping the economic aid, which is very beneficial because there has been a talk of maximum sanction pressure. And the rationale for all of this, I think, should come from a collective responsibility of all the UN member states, which they have addressed in their 2030 agenda for sustainable development of the goals. So if the UN members are really serious about attainment of sustainable development goals by 2030, progress on zero hunger, good health and well-being, decent work and economic growth needs to be incorporated. And this is one place where North Korea and rest of the UN members have a shared understanding. So I think by, attempting to shift the focus and looking at promoting the SDGs, I'm sure some pathways to peace could be discussed. And just want to reiterate once again that North Korea too has expressed its willingness to support all the SDGs. And one of the 17th goal of SDG is that member states should create effective partnerships to implement the SDGs. So this comes to full circle. And just on my last concluding remark would be that from the standpoint of non-proliferation as well, it is important that states resolve the nuclear conundrum, because in the 50th year of the NPT, and a possible nuclear crisis kind of erodes nuclear norms. And international community cannot be a bystander when the government's military pursuit is being followed at the expense of human development. And with that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hina.
Dr. Pina Pendy, thank you very much. Dr. Pendy has made a very impressive comment. Empathy is really essential here, she said, and trying to punish the others rarely leads to rarely leads to success. And there was an online question, and I think Dr. Pendy has already answered the question. The question was, in order to bring peace on the Korean Peninsula, what level, global, regional, bilateral, or unilateral effort should be made? And Dr. Hina Pendy has said that multi-channel should be simultaneously mobilized, especially the UN, NPT. She has mentioned multilateral channels. And I want to ask a question to Dr. Pendy regarding empathy. still have a myth about North Korea, and that is North Korea, if they can get white rice and beef soup, we thought that it was their biggest wish for the North Korean people because they are so starved. But I think they really care about survival of the national institution. If Kim Jong-un, they say they had to develop the nuclear weapon so that they don't have to worry about the security and go back to building the economy. And South Korea is much better off than North Korea. And except for the nuclear power, we have much more stronger weapons, and we have allies with the United States and Japan, South Korea, and the U.S. If the North Korea feels that they are threatened by these three countries, I think we can have empathy with North Korea about how insecure they feel. We have about 50 minutes remaining. We have two things to do. First is to give the chance to the panelists to make any further comments, add to the comments they want to make, or if they have questions to other panelists, we'll give them a couple more minutes to have a discussion among themselves. Professor Lee Moon-jung first. In our panel discussion, I've talked about South Korea's unilateral approach because that's what organizer asked me to emphasize. And the Korean government is trying to work on making end of the war declaration. But I also read from other articles, and whenever I have a chance to talk, I have emphasized that Korea's will or commitment is really important because we are a direct party to this issue. But as Dr. Kim Jun-hyung has mentioned, we have to pull out all the stops. We have to leverage all possible instruments given to us, especially I can see some tangible changes with European countries, which I found to be encouraging. We need to get out of the box. We need to try to move out of the box and try to have new thinking. I know there are many skeptics about such efforts, but we cannot just settle down with the status quo because our destiny depends on this. And we have to put all we have in these diplomatic efforts. We have to leverage all possible diplomatic resources and create as much room as possible for cooperation. Of course, North Korea's position, if we try to put ourselves in their shoes, we might be able to feel some level of empathy, but still, the nuclear issue must be resolved before we can move on to other issues. That's something we cannot make concession on. Of course, economic exchanges, of course, that's something we want. But before we can do that, we really have to deal with the nuclear issue first and foremost. And the commitment of the U.S. is really important, and I want to emphasize that once again. Thank you very much. Professor Im.
선생님. 예.
So, Dr. Jessica Lee, including the question that I posed to you, dehumanizing North Korea is once again the overall view of the United States. How can we change that? And on top of that, any additional comment? Please go on.
Sure. Thank you. Oh, apologies. Thank you for those questions. As I said in my remarks, I do agree with you that this issue of failing to see North Korea as humanity is a major challenge that must be overcome. United States has relations with many countries around the world, some of whom whose values we don't agree with. Countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, and its treatment of women. We still manage to work around those differences because it's important for the United States to have diplomatic relations and to be aware of what's going on around the world. In the case of North Korea, unfortunately, we know very little. and through travel bans and many other restrictions, we intentionally close off ourselves from any meaningful engagements with North Korea. So this is going to continue to be a problem and a challenge because we just won't know enough about North Korea to make informed decisions. On top of that, we are in some ways preventing other countries like South Korea from learning more about North Korea's intentions and capabilities through engaging directly, on things like joint railway projects. So I do think that there is a role that the U.S. is playing here that is contributing to this current situation that is getting more and more destabilizing. The only other thing I would add, and I'll be brief, is that something that I've noticed among critics of an end of war declaration or peace process has been, well, you're really talking about U.S. withdrawal of troops from South Korea. You're talking about a unilateral, precipitous withdrawal of troops, and you just want the alliance to end tomorrow, and you want U.S. to just leave. But I think they are sort of confusing two separate issues. Anything that has to do with U.S. troops or U.S. defense of South Korea is something that should be negotiated and agreed upon between the United States and South Korea. This is not something that should be negotiated with North Korea. So, we are kind of intentionally confusing these issues in a way that I think is incredibly unhelpful. Same way that people sort of intentionally confuse terms like end of war declaration and a peace treaty, which are two very different things. So I think we need to be really careful about what we're talking about here. And, I think folks who say, well, moving too quickly toward a peace regime, some 70 years later, if you call that too quickly, I'm not sure, what to make of that. I mean, to me, this is so, overdue. But some still say this is too quick. We can't move too quickly. It will, only increase calls for U.S. troops to leave. That under conditions that could alarm, South Korea, Japan, or entice North Korea to exert pressure against South Korea. Now, these are legitimate concerns, of course, but I do think that when you look at the public opinion polls, South Koreans want the U.S. troops to stay unless and until security conditions on the peninsula improve. And so I think that we need to be really clear about, the value of a peace process without the fear mongering and really confusing people and everybody involved about what we're talking about. There will come a time where, discussions at the alliance level will take place about the future of U.S. presence, but this is not the time to worry about that. We have much more work to do up front to de-escalate tensions and to start, the slow process of building trust that I think is essential for any agreement with North Korea to stick.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Now, to Professor Mukai Wakana, I have a question. As I've mentioned before, if you have any extra comments, please do so. And my question was, I fully agree that Korea-Japan relations must be improved, but Korea, Japan, and the United States have exerted pressure on North Korea all the time. But is there any room for three countries to agree on peaceful moves in dealing with North Korea? So what do you think about having some peaceful approach to North Korea?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that's a really difficult question, which I don't really have an answer to. But if we are to think about a peaceful move equals diplomatic move, I think that's one of the very important tools that we have to use in terms of not negotiating, but trying to turn the situation around on the Korean Peninsula. I think that also relates to the points that Dr. Pandey mentioned, that empathy is important in part, but I also think that pressure becomes important in some parts as well. Carrots and sticks are always there. You can't choose just single, you have to kind of smartly move the tools around to figure out the right timing to pose which. And so I think a peaceful move together with some pressure, not just from the three countries, but from the international community as a whole, to kind of voice out same message towards North Korea is becoming extremely important nowadays. And I also have a question to my colleagues here. Several of you have mentioned about the importance of trust and confidence, and I also mentioned a bit about confidence building in my comments as well. But from your perspective, how can we actually build confidence amongst these countries? Like, we use the word confidence and like daily, but it's really, I think it's really hard to build confidence, especially in Northeast Asian region. So if you have any comments on that, I would be really happy to hear them out. Thanks.
네, 감사합니다. 질문까지 해주셨는데
Thank you, Professor Wakana, and thank you for the question about how we can build trust and confidence. Is it really feasible to do that? I think Professor Wakana has given me a much harder question to answer. And last but not least, Dr. Pandy, can you also cover this question from Professor Wakana as well? And empathy with North Korea also has to play here. I think it's like a vicious cycle. North Korea makes a provocative move, and then we lose confidence in North Korea. And then it's very difficult to have empathy about North Korea. But this could be easier if we're trying to empathize with North Korean people. But when it comes to North Korea's issues of survival, economic difficulties, if we can make it an international discourse so that we can get more support from around the world. So do you have any ideas about making that happen?
I just want to say that the COVID pandemic has also given us an opportunity to engage on issues that matter to us the most. Health, for instance, the vaccination program. North Korea has claimed that it hasn't had a COVID case ever since the pandemic started. But these are just, of course, domestic propaganda as well. And there are several other international reportings that have claimed the cases of pandemic that have been reported. So why don't we start with vaccination? Really smaller issues can lead to bigger decisions. Vaccination is one. Then data collection on census, the GDP, tabulation of GDP. North Korea is reporting its SDG goals by a national task force. Can some countries assist that and see how the reporting is done? So these may not be really big tectonic issues that may introduce changes, but these are smaller building blocks that I feel can, be utilized in, I think, developing trust and addressing trust deficit. With that, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandy. We do not have much time left, but whenever we have this kind of session, we always run out of time, but we still have some time left. So most of the questions that we have received can be categorized into two questions about the stalemate. How are we going to break through the current stalemate? And then this is a youth session for young leaders. And what kind of specific activities can young people do? I think these are two very worthwhile questions to answer, because we always have this inertia going back to the status quo. And then sometimes we feel it's natural to use military power to keep peace. But I think this is not sustainable. We have to persuade people that we need to go for peace regime, and that depends on the power of the leaders. This is insecure now, but is it satisfactory? I think it's up to the leaders to come up with satisfactory alternative, and that is a true test of a good leader. So very briefly, I would like to give 1 minute to each panelist to make a comment about this. Do we have 10 minutes left? Yes.
So we have 9 minutes. So
9분.
give a concluding remarks for 2 minutes, and then including my question and question from from online.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. What's really regrettable is that we keep talking about trust, but when it comes to institutions and regime, there is a big gap. It's the same situation for Korea and the United States. The vulnerability of the presidential system is that there is strong bipolarization of the politics, and everything tends to be extremely polarized. And we see that all the time in Korean presidential campaign. And whenever there is a regime, administration change, they tend to overthrow what was done in the previous administration. And all the power is centralized on the president. That is the limit of the presidential system, not being able to give full trust, and vice versa with North Korea. And plus, this working level dialogue. But when it comes to the North Korean top decision maker, Kim Jong-un, how effectively can we penetrate to him? How effectively is the message being communicated to Kim Jong-un? Because we cannot talk to Kim Jong-un directly all the time. So in that case, what kind of diplomatic competency can we exercise? There's a big question mark about that. And as I've briefly mentioned before, if we see things not working amongst us, then we could try to work with another company like Sweden that could be more neutral in dealing with North Korea. So we could also get in that kind of third parties involved. Of course, we cannot fully depend on that channel, but I think that kind of channel can at least get us started on the next talk. And since this is a Young Leaders Forum and I teach my students in college, and I feel like the national community might sound tedious sometimes, but we have this beautiful Korean Peninsula at the end of this major continent, and we are at the tip end of the Korean Peninsula, Jeju Island, which is really beautiful. I think we should really revive passion for our country. From Baekdu Mountain to Jeju Island, we really need to revive our love and commitment to the national community and this beautiful land. I think we need to share the inspiration. Of course, I also belong to the older generation in this perspective, but I really want to inspire young Korean people about their sense of commitment and love for the Korean country. Thank you very much.
Jessica, Dr. Jessica Lee.
Jessica?
Dr. Jessica Lee.
A few words. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. There's so many difficult questions. It's hard to answer them in 1 minute.
You have two minutes.
Sorry
2
in
minutes.
advance.
You have 2 minutes.
I still think that's a little bit short, but yes, I think essentially, we need to, just going back to my earlier point, create more opportunities for younger, fresher voices and perspectives to be heard. Not just in a let's check the box and do this event and make ourselves feel good about diversity and inclusion, but actually take into account the views that are being presented in forums like this seriously. And I think they have to be done in a sustained way. I mean, some of the people who are most ingenious and creative in foreign policy and international relations are women, young women. Yet they are disproportionately represented in these conversations about North Korea. Many events in Washington that have anything to do with the Korean Peninsula, 80–90% of the panel are men. These are men who have negotiated with North Koreans in the past and have come away bruised and, skeptical and cynical. So, they take positions that, I think in some ways, in some respects, are meant to sort of defend what has happened. But we don't need defensiveness. We just need good ideas that will stick. So I do think that we need to completely think differently about, how we have those conversations, because the status quo is just not working. I mean, ask anyone who works on North Korea issue. Nobody's happy about what's happening on the Korean Peninsula. Things are just getting worse and worse. So to say, that, pursuing a different route is too radical. It doesn't purport with reality. And furthermore, I would say the people making these arguments are oftentimes not held accountable for bad decisions in the past. Why did the agreed framework fail? Well, a bunch of folks in Congress decided that they were not going to uphold it. I mean, that is at least one of the reasons why that agreement didn't stick. So I do think we need to have some honest conversations about what happened, what is the actual history? And to really, take some good lessons to heart. Because if we keep telling myths about ourselves to ourselves only, we're never going to get to a place where we can actually talk to the other side. So I hope that we can have more frank discussions because this issue is so grave and serious that, this magical thinking that we're currently on, where we all think that we've done the best we could and everything's been tried, simply is not true.
네, 감사합니다. 다음.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Now, Professor Wakana.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with what Jessica just said, that our voices really need to be heard. One way, I guess, is what I've also said in my comments earlier on, that the younger generation, I think, has to go to these elections, vote, and tell the government if their policies are bad, like show it by voting. I think that's one of the ways and one of the really good tools that a democratic country has. We are all in a democratic country, which means that we have the right to vote. So I think the younger generation really has to acknowledge that fact. And also I think the survival of the Korean Peninsula itself and the region itself relates to the survival of the international community as whole. And I think that the interaction between domestic, regional, and international community, I think we really have to think about the consequences that may happen, not just in the region, but in the globe as a whole. So I think that's the two important things that the younger generation really has to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 2분 정도 남았는데요. 나중에
2 minutes are left, and we'll give opportunity to the floor. So anyone physically attending, you can say it now. Lastly, Dr. Fendi.
Yeah, I'll just have one short comment to make, which is I've addressed that in my presentation, is that one way to break the stalemate is to engage at multiple channels, keep the conversation going on. If one channel fails, alternative channels should be open to discuss pressing issues, and a shared understanding of objectives should continuously follow. How youth can contribute into such an endeavor: language, tourism, Korean studies, understanding of Korean studies, application of, not only just a realist lens to understand the nuclear issue, but also constructivist lens in terms of IR and fellowships. That can be promoted. Scholarship needs to be promoted that is not looking at the issue from, a very narrow-minded focus. So I think, and lastly, Juche, there are certain Korean concepts that the world needs to know, and we would be happy to engage and learn more, and discuss more on those issues. So I think education about the culture needs to be promoted as well. Thank you.
감사합니다. 혹시 질문 있으신가요?
Thank you very much. Is there any question from the floor? No?
To save time. 오늘 정말
So we've had a lot of good discussions today. I learned a lot. So there's gender politics in international politics, and as Dr. Jessica Lee mentioned, well, when it comes to weapon, wars, sanctions, there are more masculine terms, and such masculine terms up until now dominated international politics. I don't fully agree with her on that point, but when it comes to young and women in Korea, this session was really young and women session. It was really inspiring and enriching. I hope this could take more center stage in the future. Young and women's voice should be heard more loudly and clearly. And I've said in the beginning Jeju Youth Forum. I hope it can evolve into a bigger forum. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Excellent panel and an excellent suggestions and opinion. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, everybody.
안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시 10분 랜딩 볼룸 A, B에서 특별 세션 젠 지오를 만나다 지구를 지키는 청년들이 진행될 예정이오니 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. May I have your attention, please? The next special session, Meet the Gen Geo, the Youth Protecting Our Planet, will be held at 11:10 in Landing Ballroom AB. We look forward to your participation and interest. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
이거 옮길까? 저기 대형 스카시? 그림이 얻는 게 예뻐. 전체 중계로 한번 잡아보면 어때요? 그림이 어떤지, 무대가 전체적으로 어떤 건지 한번 보여주실 수 있어요? 네, 좋아요.
Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju Free International City. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC.
발표 자료 출력해서 있어요. 아니 그러면 통역사분들한테 드렸어요. 네, 이제 섹션 타이틀로 바뀔 겁니다. 제가 그리고 쳤어? 왜 그러지?
Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free international city. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju-free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju. that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea, and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa theme park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju-free international city. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju-free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju-free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju-free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international free city in Northeast Asia. We designed Jeju Free International City to be the host of the future of Korea in a changing world. We have successfully promoted projects in the fields of advanced medical, education, and tourism for Jeju Free International City to move beyond Northeast Asia and into the world. JDC has been concerned about strengthening the local economy by expanding solid infrastructure and bolstering urban competitiveness through full investment and attracting foreign citizens. We are creating a sustainable future for Jeju. JDC is working on high-tech, medical, education, and tourism projects to create a competitive international free city. Through our poured efforts to innovate the industrial structure, we've attracted IT and BT companies and created jobs in Jeju Science Park, delivering noticeable economic results. And thanks to the success of Complex 1, Jeju Science Park Complex 2 will serve as an additional driving force to improve industrial status and creating jobs on Jeju Island. The City of English Language is a hub for global education in Northeast Asia. There are 4 prestigious private schools from major English-speaking countries, and graduates are becoming a cradle for the global talent pool, making their way to global Ivy Leagues. We contribute to the development of the national economy by activating the local economy with optimal settlement infrastructure and reducing the number of students abroad. Healthcare town leading the medical industry and medical tourism in Korea. We have taken the first step in the development of medical industry and medical tourism in Korea and are preparing for the future of high-value industry with the creation of world-class complex medical tourism complexes. Shinhwa History Park is changing the paradigm of Jeju tourism. We created a world-class complex resort by attracting the largest investment in the history of tourism in Korea. And the creation of Jeju Shinhwa Theme Park is being promoted. In addition, we provide best practices for the tourism industry by fostering the training of young people and creating jobs for residents. Mecca of Aerospace Science Edutainment, Jeju Aerospace Museum. We contribute to the spread of aerospace science and culture with various exhibits such as the Aircraft History Hall, the Astronomical Space Hall, and the Theme Museum. Public rental housing to create a happy home for citizens in the city. We promoted the project to solve the housing shortage caused by a rise in house prices and improve the science park environment so that we can contribute in stabilizing the housing conditions of the working class, whereas providing quality housing. JDC Duty Free Shop was established to create a Jeju Free International City. Opened in December 2002 with record growth in sales. We realized mutual growth through the creation of the employment for small and medium-sized businesses and return all proceeds from JDC Duty Free Shop to Jeju Free International City. JDC has conducted various social contribution activities for its love for the people and their happiness. JDC is committed to the development of global talents that will go above and beyond Jeju and into the world, and will promote Jeju-based local win-win projects to strengthen the self-sustaining power of the local community and revitalize its economy. JDC carries out the value of sharing through a wide range of welfare projects for children, adolescents, the disabled, and multicultural families through the Sharing Dreams volunteer group composed of our entire staff. In addition, we will establish a foundation for the local economy to create proper jobs. JDC preserves Jeju's unique culture and tradition and contributes to the promotion of Jeju cultural values through harmony and new culture. In addition, we will preserve the unique environment of Jeju and move forward to build the Jeju of tomorrow. The world's most recognized value of clean nature. The geographical value at the center of the major cities of Northeast Asia. Jeju's unique cultural values, where its value is its future. JDC will fulfill the responsibility given as a state-run company to create a free international city for its harmonious growth and coexistence. The future of Jeju we create together. JDC will continue to walk by your side. Once again, together. JDC. Jeju Free International City is established based on the idea that the future of Jeju lies on the value of Jeju, that together create the Jeju Free International City. We say the future of Jeju is based on a journey together. JDC will walk by your side while we go above and beyond Korea into the world to coexist beyond growth. JDC will walk by your side. JDC, Jeju Free International City Development Center, a global leader in creating the future value of Jeju. JDC was established as a government-dedicated agency in 2002 to create an international
다음에 스피커 그 소개하시고 나서 자연스럽게 저희가 다음으로 돌려드릴 건데 그게 네, 여기 이렇게 줌으로 연결해 주신 분들을 보여드릴 거예요. 그래서 네, 그래서 간단하게 뭐 인사 나누시고 네, 그리고 나서 이제 세션을 자연스럽게 시작을 해주시면 되고요. 네, 네, 그렇습니다. 그래서 발표 자료 보시겠습니다라고 말씀만 해주시면 저희가 발표 자료 보여주세요. 네, 이게 이제
저는 마이크는 테스트 안 해봤는데 괜찮으세요? 조금만 가까이 해주시면. 네. 가까이. 네네네. 네, 포인터를 또 써야 되니까. 지금 마이크가 좀 무거워서 들고 하진 않고 꽂아놓을게요. 네, 이 정도면 되나요? 사운드 괜찮으세요? 네, 알겠습니다. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to meet you all here today, and I believe that there are some people watching us online, so I would like to say thank you for participating in this session. So it's my great honor and privilege to have this session together with these two wonderful speakers you will have soon. So yeah, first of all, my name is Ji-Hong Lee. I am the head of Office of Education and Training at APSEU. So for those who don't know what APSEU is, I'll be talking about that later. However, APSEU is a UNESCO Category 2 center located in Seoul, Korea. So yeah, I am so happy to have these two speakers with me today. So we will be talking about what roles these young people have in this society to promote the global citizenship. And two speakers, Mr. Diego Manrique and Ms. Anna Susarenko, will talk about what they have been doing so far and what global citizenship means to young people and what we have to do together. Okay, so let me introduce Mr. Diego Manrique here. Hello, Diego.
Hello, Ji-Hong. Thank you so much for the introduction. Happy to be here with you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for joining. I know it's very early in the morning there, and then yeah, thanks for joining in this early morning. So yeah, and then hello, Anna Susarenko. Hi, how are you?
Good morning, good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, these Anna and Diego, they are the participants. They were the participants of our training program on global citizenship education a few years ago, and they are the core members of GSED Youth Network, which is a group of young people, young leaders who are working towards a culture of peace through global citizenship education. And they will talk about this global citizenship education and GSED Youth Network as well. Okay, so before we invite I invite the speakers, I would like to do my own presentation briefly. So can we see the screen now? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so let me go over what APSEU is and what we're doing and what global citizenship education is very briefly, because it will be spoken by our speakers later. So yeah. So yeah, APSEU is the UNESCO Category 2 center, as I mentioned earlier, and we are missioned to promote a culture of peace through education, particularly global citizenship education and education for international understanding. So we were established in the year of 2000 by the agreement between the Korean government and UNESCO headquarters. So these are the program areas that we are now working on. So I'll be talking about mainly the first program, the capacity building of educators. So we are working with the UNESCO member states in the Asia Pacific and beyond. And also we are working with many individuals and NGOs and civil societies, academia, and many professionals out there to promote this global citizenship education. Okay, so do you know what global citizenship education is? So some of you might know what it is, and some of you already are doing something on the promotion of this global citizenship. So yeah, GCED, we just call it GCED because Global Citizenship Education is quite long. So GCED is a transformative education framework that promotes the knowledge and skills and values and attitudes of the learners so that they could contribute to building a more peaceful, sustainable, inclusive, and just society. So we think that the global citizens are actually everyone. We believe that everyone is global citizen because we all belong to this planet and we live all together in this global community. So we believe that everyone is and everyone should be a global citizen. So we believe that the global citizens are the ones who think and act for a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. So why youth then? So you might wonder, okay, now you understand that our center is working on this global citizenship education, and then there are many different target groups out there. So we are working mainly on the capacity building of educators, but it doesn't really mean that these educators are the teachers in the schools. So it's way broad. So we also cover the educators in informal, non-formal sectors as well. And also, together with these educators, we believe that the young people are very, very important. So we assume that these young people, young leaders, they assume many different roles in this society. So first of all, yes, many of them are learners. Actually, they attend the schools, or they are either at the college or high schools, or they are doing their own learning. And also, they are the member of their own community. So it could be the local physical community that they belong to, or it could be some online community, virtual community. Like these days, we belong to many different, we engage in many different online activities, right? So yeah, they belong to these communities, right? And also, we think that they are the social innovators. So yesterday and today, we have heard about many innovative stories of the young leaders all around the world. So like that, many social innovations are being made by young people. And also, there are the knowledge creators. They are not just recipients of this knowledge, but at the same time, they are creating the knowledge, they are shaping the knowledge, they are sharing the information. So we believe that this is very, very important role that they have. And also, many of them are already leaders, as we call them young leaders, right? So they assume this leadership position, and some of them, they may not be in a position of leading something or someone, but they are the potential leaders. And also educators. As I mentioned earlier, many young people are involved in education. They could teach somebody in their own communities, or they are teachers. At the same time, they're doing their own campaigns and advocating, and they're educating people in many different ways and many different forms. And I think the last thing will be the very important thing, though they are being as a global citizen. So there are so many things that they can do and they should do. All right? So this is how we see the young people, and that's why we are focusing on these young people in our program. So yeah, these are the programs that we have at AFSEU. And I will be talking about 3 or 4 programs that we have. And these all programs are being done with our young leaders, including Diego and Anna. So the first thing is the Youth Leadership Workshop on GSET. So every year, we invite 50 young leaders all around the world so that they could share their stories like we do now. But it's training program, so they learn from one another, and also they learn about some new things under the Global Citizenship Education. So we work with the GSET Youth Network as our partner. So they're organizing the sessions, they're facilitating the dialogues and discussions with the young people. So this is very, very meaningful gathering. And then after that, actually, for the first 5 years we've been doing here in Korea, so we invited these young leaders to Korea so that we can meet together, we can talk together, we can share, and then we do something together. However, due to this pandemic, since last year, we've been doing this in online format. So yeah, we are talking about the global citizenship education. At the same time, we're talking about youth advocacy, how young people can contribute better to promoting this global citizenship. And then after the training program, we encourage our participants, young participants, to do their own initiatives in their own local communities. And what APSEU does is that we support their initiatives. So there are some regional or local initiatives, many different initiatives are being done. So I just put some photos here. So there are the pictures taken by our young leaders all around the world. So many of them are organizing their own training programs for their local community members. And also some of them, they're developing some materials and resources on global citizenship education. And also, since they're very young, and they're involved in many different campaigns, like online campaigns and offline campaigns and advocacy activities as well. So these pictures are taken in one in Moldova and the others one from India, Mongolia, and others. And also, we create some platform for dialogue and discussion. So this year, we have made this a webinar series under the title of the From a Refugee to a Global Citizen. So we have invited these 3 speakers who were also the participants of our training program, who have the refugee backgrounds, meaning that they are living in different countries as refugees, but they don't see themselves just as a refugees. Rather, they see themselves as global citizens. And in this webinar, they have shared how they have transformed their idea and their identity from refugees to global citizens. So like this, we are trying to make this kind of venues where these young people could come and share their stories so that they can inspire other young people out there. And these are some other programs that we also work with the GSET Youth Network. So we have this e-learning courses on global citizenship education so that many people can learn about global citizenship education for free and in their own time. So we have created one course, the Voices of Youth, the GSET through Youth. So it focuses on how these young people can do and why global citizenship matters to young people. So yeah, these were also facilitated by Anna and Diego and other members. And also we developed some resources and materials together on global citizenship education, which would fit better for these young readers. So yeah, like this, we are doing quite many programs and activities together with the young people. And the most important thing is that we try to put them in the center of creating all these things together, not just as recipients. So they are doing a lot of contributions to this, and also they are engaged in it very actively. So we always appreciate that. So yeah, this is the end of my presentation. So I just wanted to let you know what APSEU does and how we are working with the GSET Youth Network. So I think now it's Diego's turn to share his presentation. So Diego, are you ready?
Yes, yeah, I think so. Great. So thank you so much, Jihan, for that great introduction and for the overview of what APSEU does and also the overview of what we have been doing together. I always like to say that for the GCD network and for myself, it's a very meaningful opportunity to be able to collaborate with APSEU and the Education and Training Office that Jihan leads right now. So thank you. And I'm going to move on now to talk a little bit about more in depth of GCD and how does this look for young people. And I'm going to be talking about this with my colleague Anna, who will be here in a moment. And we titled our presentation GCD, Global Citizenship Education, a Pathway for a Better Tomorrow, for a number of reasons, but mainly because we believe that through GCD, through Global Citizenship Education, and this whole idea of global citizenship, we can promote or we can build collectively a pathway for a better tomorrow. So this is a very powerful tool that we have at our disposal, and I think for young people especially, it's something that we need to be looking at and acting upon. So before we talk about GCD more in depth, we wanted to talk about the GCD network and what it does. So let me just see if you're seeing the same slide. If we move on to the next slide on the screen. Just a second, thank you. So the GCD network, as you can see on the screen, is an independent youth-led structure that was established in 2016. And it was supported, its establishment was supported by APSEU in order to promote a more active, meaningful participation from youth on the advancement of global GCD at the global scale, but also regionally and locally. I'm putting here the email of the network in case you want to reach out, and also the website for the network as well. And basically we have the structure that you can see on the screen. So it's a three-tier structure composed by at the one part the core team, which me and Anna are part of, which is most of the times composed between by 8 and 12 members. Then we have around 250 alumni of the activities that we have conducted, mostly together with APSEU, but also throughout the different types of collaborations. So there can be a higher number that we can add here, but this is mainly the collaborations that we have with APSEU. And then we have a very small amount of supporters. And when we say supporters, we basically refer to those that do not necessarily work with us directly, but that would support our cause and what are the things that we're working on advancing. And we basically work with this 4 action areas in mind. So training, diffusion, support, and connect. And I'm going to talk about this in a moment. So basically this lines of action, the first one, training being online and offline. And we basically do this through our collaboration with APSEU. So Jihan mentioned some of the things that we've been working on together, but through the individual members of the network, we are also doing some actions locally. So the members of the network are usually spread around the world in different regions, different countries. So therefore, there's different actions that are being done both at the, let's say, institutional level, but also individual level with the different organizations and other networks that the members are also part of in their countries. Diffusion. By diffusion, we mean that we try to think of ourselves as this mechanism that can spread information about GCD and also about what other young people are doing in terms of sustainable development and different areas that are related to global citizenship education. For instance, online campaigns, having webinars, having Facebook live sessions, and so on. So trying to find mechanisms that can be attractive to diffuse information about this. Also support in the sense that we, whenever possible, trying to use our limited resources, we would help different, especially alumni from the activities that are trying to implement a new project, that are have questions about GCD and how to implement a certain activity in their countries and so on. So this is something else. And also finally, connection. So I like to think also that we are this bridge between different young people, different organizations, different opportunities. So this is another thing that we try to do to connect whomever we believe has the potential to work together. And when it comes to young people, it's quite broad, right? So this is something else that we like to think of ourselves doing. So that was just a brief overview of the network and what we do. Again, I'm going to be sharing the contact information for both me and Anna and the network, as well as the website later in the presentation. So you can access it and you can reach out if you have any questions. So let's now jump to GCED more specifically. So GCED, Global Citizenship Education. And I think that many of you are probably familiar with this concept, with this idea, but not everyone. So let's go ahead and jump into it. And so I think there might be a bit of a delay on the presentation that you're seeing on the screen if you're on site, but basically, GCD can be considered as different things. It can be understood in different ways. First of all, it can be understood as a framework, as a tool, as a means, a guideline. It can be understood as a dynamic. It can be understood as a foundation for something. But basically, regardless of the way in which you're calling it, the main idea or the main thing here is to be able to understand this key concept, and I'm using UNESCO's concept of global citizenship that says that global citizenship and therefore the education to build this refers to a sense of belonging to a broader community, a common humanity, emphasizing political, economic, social, and intercultural interdependency and interconnectedness. And these are two key concepts: is interdependency and interconnectedness between the local, the national, and the global. So as we can see, it's about how we identify ourselves as part of this global community, as part of this bigger globe, that although we are acting from the local scope, then to be aware that we can and we are playing a meaningful role at the global level as well. So I wanted to briefly touch upon some of the objectives of GCD, and this is also based on UNESCO, and there are many objectives, and I think when we're talking about young people, especially, the objectives can be quite broad and quite diverse, but I wanted to briefly touch upon some of these. So basically, one of the main objectives of GCD that that is relevant for today is that GCD tries to understand, to try to promote an understanding of global governance structures, rights and responsibilities, global issues and interconnections between the global, the national, and the local systems and processes. So therefore, promoting this better understanding among everyone, but then particularly for today, we can focus on young people and how this can be relevant for the actions that they're trying to accomplish. Then another important objective is to recognize and appreciate the differences in multiple identities. So I think this is something particularly important today within a globalized world in which we're all connected. And this session today is a great example. Maybe 2 years ago, we were not necessarily thinking about online presentations, online conferences, but today it's just very normal. But this means that we're also becoming closer with people from other cultures, for people from other countries, and with different backgrounds, and therefore different ideas, different set of beliefs, and so on. So it's really important to be able to recognize and appreciate our differences and also the different identities that we shape for ourselves and for others. Moving on, also there's another important objective is how to develop and apply critical skills for civic literacy. And when we talk about civic literacy, we're referring, for instance, to critical thinking, critical inquiry, information technology, media literacy, problem solving, and all of those that you can see on the slide. So these are also something that today we're calling like this 21st century skills, right? Like for young people. They're all very relevant, but they're very relevant, especially the outset of this globalized community that I was just referring to right now, both in online spaces, and this is something that we can probably relate very personally, but then also offline. Like we all know how there is a reduced, let's say, difficulties to move around the world. Of course, pandemic-wise, maybe not, but then it hasn't never been as easy to travel from one place to another as it is today. Of course, we cannot neglect the fact that this is not an egalitarian situation for everyone, but we have much more connections and much more mechanisms to be able to move around and to connect with others. And therefore, all of this skills that will help us to understand others better and work with them, be with them in a peaceful and harmonized environment can definitely are definitely important. And then we have also a few ideas about developing attitudes of care and empathy, as well related to this that I was just saying, how important it has become to have those skills and attitudes. to be able to live in a diverse world and be able to take the best advantage of it. And finally, also to develop values of fairness and social justice and skills to critically analyze inequalities based on gender, socioeconomic status, culture, religion, age, and other issues. So we can, in a way, say that these are all issues that we are seeing increasing today, partly because of this interconnection. But then this interconnection is not just a source of issues, but rather as a source of opportunities that we should take advantage, especially as young people, to be able to take the best advantage of having the chance to work and be in diverse settings in which we can learn from each other and enrich one another with our different experiences and backgrounds and so on. So these are just a quick overview of some of the most relevant objectives of this idea, framework, or guideline of GCD, however you want to call it. But I just want to present like some of the things that I believe are key in this idea. And then I wanted to briefly present to you some of the reasons maybe, or some of the aspects that we need to take into consideration as young people, but just as citizens, as global citizens in general, about this idea of local versus local. And when I say global, what I basically mean is that we need to start thinking globally, in the sense that our global or local actions have an impact on a bigger scale. So therefore, if I act on something local, I will be having a global impact. And then the other way around, if I'm participating in this global structure or global activity or whatever it is, then also there's an impact of the local. So therefore, we need to start being aware and thinking and acting this in this way. And this are just some things that I'll quickly go through. So globalization, I think I mentioned a few times this, the globalized world that we're living, and therefore this idea of locality and being aware of this is really important in the world that we're living today. And then I was talking about like these two concepts that were key: interdependence and interconnectedness. And again, there probably hasn't been a time in the world before in which we had so much connection between people, and not just people that we know, but then we can easily connect with people anywhere and at any time. And therefore, this brings different challenges, that we can tackle through GCD. Also, the global scale issues are something really important. And today we are all aware, for instance, of one major global issue, which is climate change. And if we are experiencing this issue all over the world in different expressions, then why not use the tools that GCD is providing us to work together on it, to be able to understand others, develop empathy, to be able to have this set of skills and values that will help us to come closer to others and collaborate into finding a solution for this. And climate change is maybe just one example, but then there's many issues that we are facing. We're all facing major inequalities in our countries. We're seeing inequality gaps being widened and widened pretty much all the time. So therefore, there's a need to act upon this. And then GCD can be a great tool for this. And finally, youth and other vulnerable groups are constantly, and in most cases, the ones that are mainly affected by these issues that I just mentioned, but they're also the ones that have the most potential, and also I would say the most creativity, the most creativity as well, to be able to tackle this issue. So I put here that they could be the potential change maker. So I believe, and in the network we believe, and together with AppsU, we've been working on this based on this idea. The change can and is coming from youth. So therefore, GCD can just increase the chances of young people making and seeing the change that they want happen to actually happen. And I'm going to quickly go through this because of time, but I just want to present to you this quick image that gives an overview of the 4 key pillars of global citizenship education. So you can see here holism, dialogue, values formation, and critical thinking. Again, this is coming from UNESCO. And this is maybe from this very like normative perspective of global citizenship education, but I think it's useful to understand how this is related with different levels of action and how this is related with different mechanisms of that we can see both at the local, regional, and global level. So this is, I think you maybe going to have access to the recording or the presentation later on, so you can take a look back at this. And then oh, sorry, I don't know what's happening. Okay. And finally, I wanted to briefly comment on how this can help us to build a better future. So how can GCD, how all of these things how all these concepts and ideas can help us to build a better future? So basically, I think that it can help us by this 4 ways. So to provide a framework for transformative education to be translated into action, then to promote a holistic education approach, considering that GCD speaks about the social, emotional, behavioral, and cognitive domains of education. So not just learning, but then acting and how we believe, how we feel, like all of this, seeing humans as this integral element that learns and then therefore can act. Then also it can accompany the world's youngest population so far to create a sustainable living. So as we might know, then today's world population is the youngest ever. So therefore, this poses a great need for transformative approaches such as global citizenship education to be able to create a sustainable lifestyle, sustainable livelihoods and living. And I think this can be really helpful for that. And then also intergenerational and cross-sectoral dialogue and collaborations, because through the promotion of global citizenship education, we are also creating and favoring spaces in which young people can interact with each other, but not just young people, but also intergenerational spaces as well as intersectoral spaces. And I just have this quick picture right here of that I wanted to show, because GCD, although it sounds like this very complex idea, is actually something that's much more simple when you bring it to the local level, and it can actually be delivered in multiple contexts and settings, and there's not a single way to do it. So this is just a picture of the last in-person workshop that we had with APSEU in Seoul. And this was a group of young leaders presenting their initiatives that related to GCD to each other, and it was a very enriching moment. So I just wanted to bring this up, because then don't think that this is something unimaginable, like you need to be an expert to do this. There's actually, as Ji-Hong said early on, a lot of you that might already be working on this without being aware of it. So I'm gonna wrap it up here, and I'm gonna move on to Anna to keep us moving and talk more about GCD and how can young people take action on this regard.
Thank you, Diego. Actually, Diego already said that when we speak about GCD, many times we are thinking about someone else or something that is far from us. But actually, most of the trainings that we are starting, most of the workshops that we are doing, we are starting with several questions. And one of them is, are we global citizens? And we start by asking our participants if they feel they are global citizens. And if they are, then how they feel about GCD and how they can do this in their community. Are they heard, or are they powerful? Do they have the space where they can include their voice, or they can ask for changes from their local authorities or national authorities, or from their partners or colleagues and community in general. And actually, there is no doubt that all of us are global citizens. We are global citizens in different ways, but today is the most connected generation ever on the planet. We are all connected. We are part of this wonderful international event. We are part of many changes and things that are going on in our communities, in our neighborhoods, in our schools, and also this is about GCD, and this is about being a global citizen. As being a global citizen doesn't really means to speak English and to travel around the world. It means to be in the center of what's happening, and we are all in, especially in these times when we have such a change at the global level, and all of us are aware of what's happening. We do hear news, we are part of the social media, and most of the time we are doing things that are changing our communities in better. And not necessarily we need someone to tell us what to do. It's mostly about us feeling that something goes wrong and we want to change it. And if we do this, then we will have a better or a more decent life here for ourselves, but also we will change the community for the future generations as well. So most of us here and most of the activists, most of the leaders, most of the young people today are global citizens that are responsible and involved in changes that are going on. And when we speak about changes and when we speak about how we can improve the community life and the community and the conditions where we live, then we move to the term of advocacy. And what that means, what is advocacy? It's basically a call for a change, a call for something that we want to be different, a call for something that we feel it's not how it should be. And then voice of those who want to change the change. And this is about our voices. It's about us saying that something is wrong and actually we want it to be better or we want it to change. And then it's evidence, because it's not enough to say that, oh, I think that something is wrong and actually I want to change this, but it's necessary to have evidence to say why this is not working well and why we want it to change and why we want this change in this way. So evidence is a key factor in advocacy. And then it's about advocacy. It's about how we do the changes in our communities, how we ask for the changes, and how we build our voice based on the evidence to be able to speak the truth to the power in an organized way. And when we speak about advocacy, we always speak about organized way to call for a change. Organized in terms of team, in terms of voice, in terms of what we want to change and how we want to change, but also organized in terms of how we speak about this and how we inform others about what we are doing. Because except the fact that we want to do something and we want to change our community, it's very important that we speak about this with our peers, with our community members, and even with other communities, because it's not just about us, but it's about us as global citizens. So we don't want just to do changes, but we want to inspire others to do as well changes in their communities, and little by little to change the whole world. So that's how the young generation today is functioning, especially with so many communication channels. So when we move on, and we speak about young people or educators as advocates, it's important to take into consideration several things. The first one is that they are the most connected generation ever. And today we are connected thanks to the internet, thanks to the social media, thanks to the so many channels that we can use to communicate with so many people from different parts of the world, to share what we do in our community, to inspire, but also to get inspired by others. We are full of energy, and Diego already mentioned that young generation today is one of the most energetic, and actually this energy can be used to do good things. And if it's not used, then it's a pity to lose it. So, and we are those that have time to do good things in our community or for our community, because young people are those that have no families, no job responsibilities, so they are more flexible, and that's the right time to change the things in better in their community, and to dedicate time to community and to social advocacy. Why we can do this? It's first of all because those living in the community and those feeling the issues, they actually know better and best what are the issues that affects us, and they have skills and access to learning opportunities. And actually today, if we speak about learning opportunities, especially after the pandemic, when everything started to be so much online, many people around the world started to have more access. And actually, it's not that they have more access, but also is that they are more aware about the opportunities that they can find online, because we start to get used not just to have someone that should come to our school or to our community to tell us something, but we can search it and we can find it and learn by ourselves using the online courses and online events and so on. And here the AppCU campus is one of the best in terms of learning how you can become an advocate, how you can advance GCD in your community, and how you can inspire others to do the same. And of course, I'm sure that everyone on this globe, on this planet, wants to live better in their community, in their country, and in this world. So that's why we are those that can advance GCD and bring changes in starting from our neighborhood or from our family or from our community and moving it to the global level, because we are global citizens. And there is no doubt that we are global citizens, because if we'll discuss about the characteristics of a global citizen, then we will see that this is about us, about every one of us, and we are global citizens, not necessarily having all of the characteristics or same characteristics, but having some of them that are making us different global citizens, but still in the same way involved and responsible for what's happening on the globe. So if we think about how we can make this work, and sometimes when we hear about advocacy and GCD, and as it was already mentioned, we think it's about someone else, something else, somewhere else. But actually, it's about us, and it's about being here where we are. And in order to make it work, we need to take into consideration several steps. And one of them, which is the most important, is to have a good plan. As I said, advocacy is not just about speaking or about calling something or about having a voice, but it's also about organized way to express your voice, to express your requests or the change that you want to see. So in this sense, we need to have a good action plan, to have a good or organized way to change things and to start an advocacy campaign. In order to develop an advocacy plan, we have several things that we want to address. And the first one is to define an issue that we understand, an issue that we feel, an issue that we can describe, and an issue that we have evidence on. And then it's very important to think about what is our goal, what we want to see in the end, like why we start to do this, why I care about girls' education, why I want girls in my community to go to school, and then where I want to end this, like what's the result that I want to see. So this is about the goal, and it's about to define very clearly where we want to go with our campaign or with our actions, because otherwise it would be very difficult for us to monitor where we are, where we want to go, and if the result or the change that we want to bring is close or not. Then it's very important to understand what we have and what we need. Because starting something like an advocacy campaign or starting something at the local level, like a small campaign around a small issue, it's about dedicating time and effort. Sometimes it's also about some material resources, so we need to analyze them from the very beginning and to be aware how much time, how much effort we need to dedicate, and what we have and what we can use to improve our work or to do our work in the end. It's also important, and we have to think about objectives, like what are the small objectives or the small steps that we want to reach in order to reach our big goal. And then actions, like what we will do, what exactly we will do to reach our objectives, to reach our goal, and to solve our issue. What are the tactics, like how we will address the issue, how we will implement our actions and reach the goal. And last, but I would say one of the most important is what is our message, what we communicate about the issue that we want to address, what we say to those that have power to change it, but what we say to those that are following us, what we say to those that want to participate, to be part of this change and to support the campaign, and what we are saying to those that do not like the campaign that we started, that are against or are our opponents. So message is something that it's on the last on this list, but also it's the one that we have to pay more attention. And when we speak about message, I just like to say that we are all brilliant in communicating with our peers and saying what we want and how we want this, but it's important to take into consideration several aspects, because brilliant messages are simple, solution-focused, practical and reasonable in their requests, evidence-based, includes real-life stories, facts, and stats, appropriate for the audience, personal, they show why you care. And it's very important that all the time when we are thinking about something that we want to say, to think also what we want people to do after they hear our message. What we want them, what kind of actions we do expect from them after they hear us and after they hear what we are saying, what we are caring about. And here we have 3 aspects that we should build on when we build our message. And the first one is, of course, the evidence that I was already mentioning several times. And here in the first image, you'll have the brain. So evidence is actually helping us to connect with the issue in a very rational way, because evidence proves us that we have rational reasons to trust this group, to trust these people that is speaking with us, and to start doing something to change the things. And then in the second image, you have the heart, because advocacy and messages, it's also about why we care about this. It's about emotions. It's about life stories. It's about something that made us to start this campaign or local work. And then in the third image, you have the hands with the heart, what means that it's about action. Hands are those that are helping us most of the time to do the things. So our message should be about evidence and address the brain, emotions and address the heart, and then actions and address the hands, like start acting. So these are several suggestions that you can start using immediately after this session, because it's not just about building big messages, and it's not just about starting community campaigns or advocacy campaigns, but it's about everyday communication, and starting to use these 3 aspects when you are talking, you'll see how much different is the reaction from the people you are speaking with, and you'll see how much difference is in their actions after they hear your story or your message. Here are two links that you can use to find out more information and get more resources. And of course, here are our email addresses. And in case you have questions or you want to discuss something, or you think that our advice or recommendation can be helpful, we encourage you to contact us. And Thank you so much for the attention, and this was our very short presentation on very big subjects and aspects that can be discussed in 7 days workshop, but also we try to present them very shortly and give the most important conclusion or summary of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Diego, for the excellent presentation. So thank you so much. I believe that we learned a lot from what you said. And also, actually, as Anna said, yeah, it's a very big kind of topic. And then we had to do it in a very short time. So I know that it must be very challenging for you, but you did such a great job. So thank you very much. And also, two of you made it very clear that the global and local issues that we face, it's not about someone else's. It's our own issues, and we are the ones who are being most affected by all these issues. So that's why we young people need to take actions, get involved in those issues, and doing something, at least in your own capacity. So you made it very clear, and it was quite impressive. So thank you very much for that. So now I would like to open the floor so that we can have some questions from the participants, so that I can deliver those questions to Diego and Anna. So even in this room, if you have any questions, you can raise your hands. You can do it in Korean. 한국말로 하셔도 괜찮습니다. 질문.
You may ask question in Korean as well.
Also, who are online, you could also do it in the chat box so that we can give the questions to them. All right, so before I move to these questions from the participants, I would like to ask a question. So you have shared that how much you are motivated and you've done these great jobs and everything. So I would like to know, and I think that people would like to know, what has motivated you, the Diego and Anna, to get involved in this global citizenship initiatives? Can you please share your own stories with us? Maybe Diego first.
Yes, thank you, Diego. So I think for me it was a bit of a weird path how I ended up working in something called global citizenship education, because then I like to say that it was an accident, a very good accident, because I was working on a lot of volunteering initiatives, like mainly focused on citizenship participation earlier in Guatemala. And then I was working on like climate initiatives and so on with all the young people in my country. And then one day I found about global citizenship education, and I realized that that was already what I was doing. Like it was covering the topics that I was doing. The goals were the same, the aim was the same, but I was just calling it different ways. So I think I wanted to make a difference, and I want to feel like I was doing something good. And then it turned out that I was already doing some GCD, just that I didn't know about that. So I think that was the way in which I came to be a part of this GCD topic. But then it was a very happy accident, and I'm glad that it happened. that was the case for me.
This is a very good question, and as I said many times, it's very important to share what we are doing, because that may inspire other people. And for me, the reason why I'm involved and the highest motivation, it was in my slides, in what I said. It was because I understand that I want to live in a better community, in a better world. It's not about someone else. It's about me creating better condition for me today and for my next generations tomorrow. And actually, when first I was involved in a local activity, it was in our school, and it was something like very basic and local. We just wanted students not to be late to the classes, so we wanted to do something to make them to come in time. And actually, I was 12 years old, and this campaign was so well done and successful in our school, because it was the first time when students said to the students that they should not be late, instead of teachers saying to the students, and it worked. So because it worked, I was so motivated to do something else, because I had the feeling that I have power, and I can speak, and I have the voice, and I have the issues that I care about, and actually I can change the things. So after that, I started to be more involved in more campaigns. in my community and then in my country and then at the international level. And all the time, even when it was not successful, I understood that I have the voice, I have the power, and I should use this to make life better for me today, for my next generation tomorrow, and for us in general. And also because I believe that young people are powerful and they have voice. They just need to get involved, and then the role will start falling the ball will start rolling very, very fast and very successful.
Thank you, Anna and Diego, for sharing your stories. Yeah, I mean, as both of them have said that, I think it's really important to have this small experience. You know, sometimes you think that if you need to do something like on global citizenship, then you might think that I have to do something huge, right? So you need to do some huge campaign or, you know, some big things. However, it could start from a very, very small personal experience, and it gets grow from there. So yeah, thank you for sharing that, Anna and Diego. You have reminded us of that. So yeah, it seems that you have engaged in many different activities in your own communities. So and also you have emphasized that, you know, taking action is very important, but it's not always easy, right? Rather, it's very challenging. You might have faced many obstacles and challenges when you initiate something. So yeah, can you please share your wisdom based on your experience when you have faced these difficulties and challenges? And if there are any specific cases that you can share, can you please? And also, can you please share us how you have overcome those challenges? So whoever is ready?
I can start maybe. So I think maybe talking specifically from the perspective of young people in general, but based on my particular experience, of course, I think there's like several challenges, and maybe when you're young, then it's even harder sometimes because of like this inherent things that are associated with youth. So then, like I think one first barrier when you're acting upon something as young people, then first of all is like trying to make others understand why you as a young person, even though you're not an expert, why do you have things of value to say? And I think Anna framed it very nicely. Like we hold a power that we sometimes are not aware of, but then once that we start exploring that, then we can take the best advantage of that, and that helps to convince others. In my case, the experience has been one of the ways in which I have been sort of trying to like overcome the barrier of other people seeing me as this young person that doesn't know what's talking about, has been to ask uncomfortable questions that address your issue, like that would actually put this other person in a situation in which they have to reflect upon why you are not a credible voice and they are. Like sometimes it's not very easy, but then whenever you have a chance to help others reflect upon why they're judging others based on their age, for example, even if they have solid evidence, they have a clear message, they have clear goals, clear like objectives that they're trying to aim, and there's others that are also supporting them, then why not support them? Why not believe in them if they have everything that just another person would have, maybe just a different age? So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, but it's also a source of potential, because then there's a lot of young people that also have assets and resources and experiences that can help you. So I think the two things that I would say that help are talking about maybe three things, like asking the uncomfortable questions to start reflections also about power, about how we are all different actors and how we hold different levels of power. And then also to gather, to network, to see who else is working on the subject that you want to work on, to connect with others that can help you, and that could potentially help you increase the scope of, or the impact that you're trying to achieve. So I think there's different ways, but then it's about how do you do what you're doing better with others. And yeah, I think that those are a few things.
And from my side, I'll just share what I do. So I hope that this can be useful. I think that it's very important that we celebrate our success in a very small part. I don't think like my personal wisdom, as Jin-Hong said, is that I split or I cut everything in very small pieces. Very small. Like, do not wait for the big result to be happy and to celebrate. Celebrate each step of your work. Celebrate each small thing that you were able to change. And in my case, this worked all the time because we have big dreams. We have big goals. We want to achieve big changes. But this is not possible if we don't achieve small goals, small changes, small steps. So just cut everything in the smallest pieces possible. And then you'll see how easy it is to get from one to another one. As you noticed on my slide on the advocacy, I put an image of a puzzle. Everything is about a puzzle, and we should be happy for each piece that we put in the right place. And that's the secret of doing big advocacy campaigns and achieving big results when we celebrate each small result and each small step that we took. And I'll just share a very, very short story. Once we were in the community speaking to the mayor about the change that we wanted to have in the community. And we noticed that at that meeting, there was like no one listening to us. It was just like, they just had the meeting, but no one like really cared about what we said and what we wanted. But then after the meeting, I was just saying like, but we are here and we are the first young persons that had the courage to request for a meeting with the mayor, to go to the meeting with the mayor, to talk to him, even if he was not able to be open and listen to us. But we were there. That was already a big change, and that was already a big step for that community. So we should learn to celebrate the small things that we are doing and to see actually them, because many times we see just the final result and we are looking for that just for the final results, and we forgot to see the small results, that the small goals that we achieve on the way. So my recommendation will be to cut everything in small pieces and to celebrate every small step and result that we have on our daily involvement or daily work.
Thank you, Anna and Diego. I mean, yeah, thank you for sharing your wisdom, and also thank you for sharing your very positive vibe. So now I think that after I hear from you, like, we feel that, yeah, we can do something at least, right? So we feel that we have this confidence. So thanks for sharing that. Okay, so then is there any question? There's one question from the participants here.
네, 안녕하세요. 아태영.
Hello, everyone. I'm supporter. My name is Shin. I have one question. As a young generation, I fully agree with the GCED, and I fully agree with both of you, especially Korean young generation. They're eager to get a job, and they don't have much time or room to think about other things like GCED because they are trying to get a job and work. And when we talk about education, that means you have to spare times, especially the terminology of GCED is grandiose thing, something that's beyond their capacity. So young generation who doesn't have any time, doesn't have a room to do that, how can we motivate them? How can we engage them to work for the GCED? Can you give us a specific way? How can we motivate them and ask them to join in our efforts to realize GCED?
Okay, so I think we can start. Yeah, so I think thank you very much for that question, and I think this is maybe the case for a lot of young people around the world, right? Like there's different priorities. So why should GCD be a priority? It's a very good question, and I think one of the few things that I could say around this are first of all that there is, as we were saying in the presentation, there's not just one way of practicing or delivering or understanding GCD, but rather multiple ways. So in that regard, how can you make somebody that doesn't have the time, a young person that's looking for a job, that's maybe transitioning from university to work, or that's just very focused on certain aspects, then I think one way in which you can get them motivated is by explaining, first of all, how GCD is not just about acquiring knowledge, as we briefly put in the presentation. It tries to cover like the social emotional, the cognitive, the behavioral aspects of learning, but it's not just about being in a classroom and learning. It's also about other aspects. So you can even practice and work around GCD at your workplace, for example. You can have conversations with your colleagues about, for instance, topics that are of relevance. If there is a particular activity happening, for example, in Korea, like this forum, for example, that we're part of, talking to your colleagues about this forum, like how you met other people, what meeting other people meant, talking about like feelings, talking about how you appreciated maybe diversity, like and so on. There could be many different ways in which you can address GCD at your workplace, for instance. That's one way. Then you also have your communication channels at our disposal today. Like we all have a phone, right? You can participate, for instance, by helping disseminate information about GCD. You can also like learn, for example, we mentioned the GCD online campus that's available for free for everyone. This is also another tool. So I think it is a matter of understanding how, from my particular space, I can contribute to GCD, even though I'm not an activist. I'm not like somebody that has this organization that's working specifically on this. But then how, from my particular space, either private or public, I can contribute to this as well. I don't know if Anna has something to add about how to make this a priority.
I'll just try to repeat what I said on my last slide with the 3 images. Do you remember the brain, the heart, and the hands? So just try this starting from now. Try to build all your messages and everything what you said, not necessary about GCD, everything that you want to say to someone, based on these 3. Try to address their brain with evidence, their heart with emotions, and their hands with actions. Try this and you'll see what will be the difference in their action. But I'm sure that you'll see how much more they are interested in what you are saying, because people care about what they care about. If you touch their emotions, if you touch their brain, and if you give them a concrete action that they should take, then most probably they'll take it. And if not everyone will start acting and show their interest, most probably everyone will start to think about this. And this is already a big change that you can make. If they'll start to analyze this and think about this, most probably the action will follow. Maybe in 1 year, maybe in 2 years. Everyone is different. Everyone is acting different. Everyone is involved different. But if we are managing to reach them with our messages, then we are already doing a big change. And that's already about advancing GCD in all senses.
Thank you, Anna and Diego, for these answers. So I think that many young people who are watching this would feel pretty much the same, because our young people are too busy. You know, they are having so many works to do, and then also they have some worries for the future. So it's not only about these jobs that what they're going to have, but it's also about the issues that we face every day. With this pandemic period, I mean, we have seen these inequalities, injustices, and also climate like a crisis and discrimination, all these problems we have seen. And some of us, we have experienced ourselves, right? And then you might feel that, oh, there are not so many things I can do. However, as Diego and Anna said, you could talk to your friends. You could go and talk to your family members. You can start with your own workplace, your colleagues. And also we are living in this social media world, so you can spread the positive message on that. So that's how we are creating the changes. So again, I think it has been emphasized throughout the whole session today. So yeah, we need to start, and it can be a very small step. It doesn't really have to be very big something. So yeah, I hope that you could also find these at small rooms in your daily life so that you can contribute to making the changes in our society. So yeah, so this is almost the end of this session. So we have around like 1 minute. So can I just ask Diego and Anna, give us the one last message for about like 20 seconds or something? Diego first.
Yes, I always have issues with the shorter messages, but I just want to say thank you. And just maybe one thing I can say is reach out in case you think we can be helpful. As the GCD network, we are there to assist you in case you have questions about how to start, what can I do, where do I find things. So reach out, look for the website that we share with you, and yeah, start small. I think if that's like starting small is the best way.
I want to say a big thank you as well. And I truly believe that this kind of events and discussions are a huge step in advancing GCD. And as I said before, I really trust in our voice and power. And I'm sure that everyone is powerful if we'll find out this. And to find out this, we need to take actions. We need to do something. We need to learn and then to apply what we learned. And if from today's session you learn one thing, then try to apply it as much as possible. And then you'll just discover how much power you have in your actions, in your voice, and how much you can change by your own actions and your own work. So thank you very much. And as Diego said, just let us know if you have any other questions or you want to discuss anything else. And if you are thinking about starting a campaign in your community, just reach out and we'll send you the materials and the resources that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diego and Anna. Thank you, everyone. So thank you.